Good morning. Or whatever it is, wherever you are. Unfortunately, allergies are, it's not the end of allergy season. And this used to be about when I would think the end would be. But you know what? Oh, not there it is. I'm just working on a QR code again. Alright, I have range from JS overriding. Was that something I just noted? Or did I just forget to update the note on that? Well, range maintenance. So that would be... Actually, that would be... Did we manage to completely remove the... the range from JS? It'll be a leaflet message. Data range. Okay, so it's still an event we can get. Oh no, yeah, we set up that we want to get it from there or not. We just need to update the notes on this. See, population switch time. I think these might be getting down to the maybes. Oh, did we want to somehow mark the breaks in data? And I don't know if that's useful. Maybe the cutoff point. Well, that's really kind of the entire server bar. All right, what do we do in the first hour now? Oh, this is with data. Oh, this is kind of a useless time selection. And did we select something other than what our selection period was? Okay, so we're actually... no, we're projecting back our minimum. Interesting, that's... Oh, because it's probably projecting to... the minimum point is 0, and then taking that sample. So I've apparently outsourced the... a display of that? Oh, this is probably updating something in the basic interaction. Which in turn is calling this. No, yeah. Okay, so that's a model function. It's probably going to give us a definite answer, which we don't necessarily want here. Okay, so this says it's a fold. That is indeed the nearest sample. But we know what the first moment of the entire series is. Alright, so that's the time we're looking at. This is based purely on distance. I need more lets. Alright, so that's a maybe. This is tuple.first. So if there is a start, I guess we could even case off of that. Oh. Which is to say, if there is data. Now, this gave us a 0 before, which is fine. Well, no, because it's a two-step process of we have a start, and then if that's going to be a POSIX. And then if nothing, if there is no data, then it's nothing, so this is kind of a maybe map off that list head. All right, so that communicates the idea of we don't know, and then up here we decide what to do with that. What are you returning? It was already a maybe. Mr. Arrow. We converted this to MS for the millisecond version. Actually, that's sufficient. Okay, so we never display it now. Is it possible our list is reversed? I don't know if I can actually see into this time without doing the conversion on it. Alright, so we'd expect those to be very similar. One, 6, 3, 2, 2, 4, 2, 4, 2, 5. You see, that's still... Yeah, so... Apparently my data is reversed. Which is very bizarre. Then we've gone all this time working with it. Alright, so timeline population. Timeline population comes from... here, which is just pop.data. So model.population. Wait. Okay, so you had a pre-calculated range. Isn't there something that does this plus create it? Usable points. Okay, so the data you get in is in that order. Maybe it's resample that reverses it? Oh, yeah. Let's keep him in a song. Yeah, you do a full dill that builds a new list. Well, this is using the timeline data, not the population data. So we don't have that time range on there. It's still saying 2.5. Did we actually reload? So that's not it. What? Pop.data. Error? All right, so we set the timeline with, yeah, 2.5. So this is, focus on this, please. Population range. Yeah, 2.4 to 2.5. But this, so this is already here. So we've built our model bad. Which is this. Oh, this is usable. But this ends with a resample. Oh, unless it was really small? But I thought this is what reversed it. Okay, we did use it as is. So our data's, well, maybe it got reversed somewhere upstream. Which means we're going to have to see what happens when it does get folded. All right, so where are you getting your data from? You're from a filter, your last birth, last event, your first event, your first event. Oh, this is the cumulative sum. Maybe the cumulative sum's reversing it? Because that's not our foldal. Okay, that's more believable. Now, what I need to do is need to get a larger setup and see if the resample reverses it. Uh, 2, 8, 2, 5. Yeah, 2, 5. Oh, 3, 2, 5. Oh yeah, that's 6, 2, 9, not 6, 2, 3. So yes. The foldal reverses it again. One, 6, 2. There are some other problems there, but... And we didn't have a note on this. This falls under the first... no, the... Not the... It's not exactly feedback, but it's correction. Oh, and we've got debugging in... Oh, hover text for, no. Pop hover text when out of, well. Did you ever show that outside population range? I mean, I guess if you were doing a query in the past. Huh. Oh, well, this is only a fraction of that range. But completely outside the query period? Oh, this reselected to the encoding arc and then the query period? Is that what happened? Well, you don't even have data. Okay, so yes, it's continuing to report that last number, so actually we don't have the end range now. Which probably I wonder if we want to go back to population range for that. No, not you. Oh, yes, we're in map UI. Population for time. And I see we put just the data in here. Which this got truncated down, I believe. No, if range overlap, we didn't actually truncate it. These ended up getting truncated. We put just the data in there, not the population. So we've got the model, we can still check that. You were being given just data, though. That is a remote data. Do we have a helper that is like time in range? POSIX. No, that returns a time, is in range. Data. Remote data, let's see, is it too many do we want? Well, we basically need to map it to a bool. So it's going to probably become a maybe at some point. The argument order, well, bleh. Bleh. And time. All right, and you're we have to do an if here at some point. So you just kind of, so you become an in and then. Then, and you do your stuff with that. Else, if it's not in range, then nothing. And now we've got 2 Ps. This is assigning a pop. You are just the number. Count P. All right, so this part works. Actually, we can probably force this off the end. Yes? No? There we go. All right, if no data is available, period. Most visible on something like this. Okay, so range there, range there. We have no spans or anything to do here. So probably these are, yeah, this is when we have actual generation. And we like zoomed way the heck out sometime. These are the periods for which we had different maps. So it doesn't really seem to break. We have population data. Now we have population data, but no like span data for other servers. Maybe there was just no population during this time. So this is 1910. 24. Yeah, that's very small. And okay, that's what we expect from a low pop server. Yeah, so I guess it doesn't break. And this is a server issue. All right, I wasn't able to reproduce this one, so that's just kind of a wait. So this kind of gets promoted to top level. These we don't think are issues. All right, so yes, we moved it up there. I just wanted to make sure it was in my in my vision here. So I think that's in the database. We're just not, let's see. Where did we put this down over our test bar? So do we have schema? Lives, yep, birth population, death population. So right now we're doing this when we fetch life data. I could have a thing that was just a population graph that returns less data. Kind of have to be like a background query because it's slow. And really, that might be the kind of thing where you pre-generate it as you import lives, and that's a very large project. Lives controller, which actually is going to call something else. There's point presenter. There's a compact. Yeah, so this does... What did I use you for? This might be my... oh, I guess we're not using you. This might be my log files. The development log is it's pretty big. For some reason, this doesn't like to restart. Okay, so this gets messy, and then I think we need to... We probably need to go in and get a different data format so we can cut down some space there. Although maybe that'll be slower to parse. Now, lives controller. Was I using... response? And as his life search. Known params. This isn't really saying what we return. I don't think. I know we've got a fields here. Query.select field. So yes, it is kind of using this. And it's birth population and death population. Just in case. See, you were after X and Y. And then let's go in the fields. Birth population. Okay, so death population null for middle of the pack is not unexpected. Death population. Oh man, it's hanging right around the edge. The awkward line. All right, now what we want to do is a different format, and I guess we'd probably want to go similar to the life logs, just for consistency, because that's about as compact as you can get. All right, so that'll give us fields. This will give us order. That's as JSON. All right, so we're going to start with this, I guess. And I could actually take as JSON and just do keys. And if I actually... there's going to be some formatting concerns here. Probably. All right, as JSON, so that wraps that. And that gives us an array of data. And yeah, you got wrapped up. Oh, you got wrapped up here. I almost wouldn't mind keeping that around. So a little bit more involved. And maybe I should just have a different presenter that separates our field list. Now, our controller is probably indicating the data format on this. Response headers, chunked origin, application JSON. Render JSON. Text. Render plain. And there probably is like some way you could say, oh well, this is actually a life list. All right, so that's going to be our default format. We might. Oh, we're still doing that. All right, so if we do that, it's not going to decode properly. Yep. Oh, that's the blanks for the. Oh, we need to make sure that death stuff encodes. And, well, we always query by birth, so there should never be a case. We're gonna have to terminate our names. And what's this point? Where we were doing fractional ages? Anyway. We can just look at a life log, right? All right, so birth or death, we've got both. We've got, well, this is the timestamp of that event. So in some ways, that event log would make sense because we've got those, but we have to duplicate the name maybe. So a birth. So yeah, this actually isn't going to match up very well. So it's actually this that's ordering it, although they were the same. So that would be like birth time. So the sort of optional death fields and the termination of the name are both things you could kind of hang off the end. Well, or we have to come up with some sort of no-op character to put in there. It's possible if I split on space, it would actually get the empty characters. Maybe it depends on how you split. Actually, what I didn't look at. Headers, maybe? Response. Okay, so it's not here. Size 135. No. Lives controller. $135. Oh no, internal error. Cannot convert array into string. Did the server not reloaded yet? As JSON. We converted a wrap back. Rack etag. Oh, because it's still plain. And we gave it a object. So 135, 400. Yeah, that's pretty good. There's still the different time to generate in pars, I guess. Lives controller. All right, so how do we want to handle missing fields? We're going to have to be doing a little bit more with this stuff. Maybe come up with some helper functions that like say, okay, we're going to format this as like x and y have to be integers. Population has to be an integer. Time is basically an integer. Change should be an integer. Linear should be a player ID. I guess there are situations where that wouldn't be there. Name. Either hang off the end or do a quote. And yeah. On the possibility that things are missing there, I guess there should be a way to put a dummy in there. There's ints, there's names. What is... We only have the point if it's a death. That has to be an age. That should just be a word. Although I guess it is text. All right, so, well, these are of something. And their simplest version is that thing. All right, so we know name has to be couple ways to do it. I mean, I guess empty string will work for a nameless person. It was probably actually null before. So I know in places the code uses X for, well, for numbers, which are obviously not that. I think underscores can exist in reason, death reasons, but not in the first character. That would be a reasonable X. Just wouldn't be the thing that appeared for much of anything. I guess that was... and you need an end, right? And then can we... Okay, and then that was... Oh, we haven't used any of these yet. All right, so int. One thing int can do is handle just like and dot 2i. Int name, int float, int I just do text. Unexpected. Okay, well, we took care of this. How does actual Ruby like this? No. So it's the language is supposed to work without parentheses. I guess that only works for expressions or for statements. Undefined method int. Oh, this is not a self method. For some reason, I guess it was the one below it was self. Okay, so we have names. We've got next. All right, so actually this was this was basically leave it null, which isn't giving us quite what we want. Is it null? What's the oh no, it's nil. Okay, so that gets us values there. This same thing applies to... All right, so we're actually counting on the default stringification of the join. Okay, so there's an X for age. And I mean, stringification, I guess the 2S is implied here. Okay, so that makes sure everything is full. All right, so the way we've got things ordered, like all the death fields are just off the end. Could potentially be omitted. Let's save us. Huh. And make irregular records. Also, what do we got? That's the name field, which is semi-optional as well. All right, so for searching by birth, we have to have a birth. In here, it's death, birth, time, population. $43, yeah. Let's see, and then the player ID, and then, well, let's see, birth was gender. And then death was age, and then he actually, oh, well, he did coordinates as a pair. It's kind of whatever. Birth, okay, and then there's like extra properties. Gender, coordinates, parent. I didn't actually do parent. I just did lineage. Parent. Pop chain. And oh, I guess there's like top level stuff here. Player ID. Actually, player ID could kind of go. Wait, a player ID has to be in here, right? Oh, maybe this is early enough that these are actually player IDs. Yeah, okay. So that's not timestamp. No, that's timestamp, that's player ID. All right, player ID. All right, and then server ID and epoch. Are kind of part of the player ID. All right, so name. Age follows from the death stuff. All right, so we did if a death, so birth was time ID, which is implied from that. I guess we should be doing this since then these two are similar events. Death time. Oh, gender is an immediate property of birth, but it's not a common property. And then we can kind of move that back to common stuff. So you've got birth things, birth-specific things. Name was optional, and then like age, cause, death. I actually had age much sooner. And then could we... I guess if I converted those to spaces and then just trimmed it? I mean, I guess that's technically a bunch of extra string work. So what if we did... So birth is implied. So technically... you would have to check all these fields. The death time is probably one of the most reliable indicators. And this is not this. This is props. I guess actually array will work as a grouper here. And then... Oop. Unexpected unary. We have to do it this way. Unexpected close brace. Oh, right. We have to do the alternate here. And I put this around here just to make sure that those things got cleaned up. Okay, so that is actually just blank. Huh, I guess yeah, it's only at the beginning. Most people are actually going to die. But all the SIDs aren't going to have names. Oh, I was just not including name. We have to always include... Oh, I was trying to optimize birth but no name and no death. Actually, probably nameless people are going to be more common than deathless people. And then I don't necessarily do the X thing for you. Because either we've got a death record or we don't. Oh, no, we still have to format this. But we don't include it if it's not there. And this messed up our formatting again. Okay, so you have to be a plus. And then you're not a plus. So you can conceivably be born and named, but not died. But we don't seem to have recorded any of those. I guess I could get away with a single terminating character. All right, and then that is 135. I guess I added all the X's and well, no, I didn't really add X's because we don't include in the death records. Maybe there's still some, but we added the quote characters for names. And probably didn't save a whole lot on these couple of records. Huh. So given how few records that covers, maybe the conditional isn't worth it. It's a few bytes. And I mean, we can do multi-user searches. So the maybe there could be server stuff in there. All right, birth X, birth population, gender, lineage. XY. Yeah, this wasn't technically the first record, so I guess that's believable. Maybe it was kind of on in testing mode around 30 for the first couple days. Now we just have to be able to parse it in the client side. All right, so we're not really doing timeline stuff. We are doing parsing compact data. All right, we had some. I don't remember. Okay, whole data parse. Yeah, so is this whole data? It kind of is. Object ID, data instance string, number series. Yeah, this is very much the data encoding. Although I think we have life stuff under whole data in general. Actually, you were under the decode for various things. All right, so lives. We're going to have to get the population parser is going to have to be different. Server isn't big. Monuments, it might be getting big. And software class, think of it follow. Monuments. Did not fetch monuments? Maybe we didn't? Oh, are there no? No, it should be the entire list. Well, all right, I might have to return to that. Object servers. Here's notable, which isn't too big. Notes, bugs. All right, so we had whole data parse. We can probably work that into the same module. I mean, line is going to be maybe a contended thing. This is object, keys, power. Yeah, this is all concerned with one thing. Maybe I just need to rename it. How am I using it? Whole data. Do you? No, so it must be you. Yeah, parse is parse. So conceivably, we still have to deal with name collisions. We're kind of being a little bit lazy about that. Oh, did we have tests for this? Looks like we did. All right. I closed that. So I don't know if we want to do the entire document. We could pick out a couple different types of lines, and we might have to manufacture a few as well. All right. Surely tests. Okay, so we did different test files for these. Oh, does this move the definition of the life record? Well, we've got data as data. Does parse import whole data? Yes, it does. So it can pull in the life record. That's fine. Actually, I guess the real question is, what does you do with it? Yeah, you. So probably it's gonna be. Oh, you're doing you're doing the arcs and spans and the JSON stuff. So you're not necessarily gonna need all of that, but life is going to be one of them. Server, monument, arc, span, objects, version change, spawn change, grid placement. We're going to deal with POSIX. I don't know if I deal with Dix in this one. And we just probably kind of nuke that. Maybe we keep is okay. Parser run is okay. I can still refer back to that file. All right, so the simplest thing we could parse. I guess the simplest thing would be a full record, and then we'd have to deal with some of the conditionals. And it's less code to do a minimal birth record. So I guess our major test cases would be birth only. And we'll just deal with a single line for now. Oop. We don't have a named birth, so we're guessing how that would generate a little bit. We have anonymous death. And we have actual information for I guess I should probably deal with spaces. Maybe I should really do both of them. Name death. Oh. Wolfenscar! How's it going? What were you up to this morning? Well, I don't know if it's morning for you. It might be evening for you. Whatever it is, wherever you are. Alright, so this is going to be the compact life parser. Yep. Allergies are acting up. I was hoping it was end of season time. But it also just started cooling off around here, and I feel like that makes something go into end of season pollen mode or something. Well, probably pollen, it'd be seeds and things. Alright, so we have a birth only line. I might end up doing... I might actually want to do some sub-parsers for individual values here. Although most of these are just integers and things. And I guess I should deal with the x's at some point. Although so far those haven't actually shown up here because we've kind of taken care of most of the situation where they'd show up. And what is that I'm gonna part of that as? Life. There's probably a whole bunch of maybes. Oh, right. No, I was actually parsing out the population data as a completely separate record, so that's actually gonna have to be a thing we have to deal with too. Okay. So we kind of need to interpret this now. Actually, I probably just need to kind of make this off to the side here. Alright. So we think this should be we're getting far over. Birth Y. Donkey Town. Birth time should be this one. Oop. Which is a little bit longer. Maybe, can I complete that? It's a number, but... Yes. Chain. Chain can't be long on this one. Lineage is going to be self. 69793. Name is nothing. Server ID is 17. Epoch equals 2. Player ID is 4493. Age. They haven't died yet, so it's going to be nothing. Death X is going to be nothing. Death Y is going to be nothing. Death Time is going to be nothing. And I probably didn't change my parser. Lifeline, birth only line should equal to okay, birth only life. But that method doesn't exist yet. Oh, player ID. Death time. Oh. Okay, so that was exposing its own types before. We don't need that. We need this. And actually, I don't know if I need to expose this, because we're not going to really use it that often. Pars dot, okay, indeed it does not. Okay. Lifeline. Let's see, I might want to build up. I mean, it's mostly just integers. All right, what do we use for you? It is indeed a loop. Oh, this is a lines plural. Yeah, so that'll come later. Oh, we have a thing called an entry. We have an object search parser. Key value context parser. Oh, this is just strings, so we haven't done anything fancy here. Succeed with that entry. Okay, so entry is getting the object ID object count. So probably the equivalent here is like the life constructor, maybe? Did I separate public and... No. So that's from some other data. All right, so life. We expect to be able to parse a... Oh, this is not in the... Yeah, these isn't. I didn't do this in my record order, but I mean, these could change independently, so we can't use this. So we'll have a function that takes them in line order. So that's just going to be an int, and that's just going to be an int, and that's just going to be an int. And that's just going to be an int, and I need to start keeping track of this now, because we're not doing little helper methods for these right now. Now, we do have the thing where these could conceivably be x's, so really we kind of, I mean, we just be our own custom int. I could do a giant pile of helper methods that would all be could just kind of alias to the same thing. But make it read better. I guess this could deal with the spaces. All right, so server ID spaces. Epoch spaces. Server ID, epoch, player ID. All we care about this is a timestamp. Whether it's the first or the second doesn't matter. We have coordinates should be fine. And then that it's X and Y. Actually, this should be coordinates, and that can parse internally. I mean, server ID, epoch, player ID could almost be a thing. Full player ID. We only need it once. Coordinates we're actually going to use twice. Coordinates, I think this is player count. Gender. And we're only doing the birth right now. So gender, lineage is, I mean, parsing wise, it's a player ID. We could just be a quick alias on it, and that's chain, I believe. Okay, so server ID is a object search parser. Oh, object search index, no. This returns a life. So we also need the life constructor here. Object search parser life. Or are you a plain old function? You might be a plain old function. With the signature a mile long. Did I alias any of these? So this is just an int. Epoch is just an int. And this is where, we're just dealing with plain old types again. I guess this is where having name aliases for these would become a little bit more useful. Never did a thing for never did an alias for player ID. All right, so player ID. If it's a time, they're going to parse a POSIX. So we have the x coordinate. The, oh, I have to parse these. Since I did a single parser, I have to parse these as a pair. Likewise, if I did a fully qualified ID, I'd have to have like a triple or something. That was population, I believe. What did we do? Chain lineage. Oh, we've never actually used that. So we throw that away. And I guess I could parse it here and just not put it into the life. Lineage. And or was that no, that was chain. And it's going to return a life. All right, so life. I don't know if you can multi-line these. Oh, these are the exact names I want to use for these parsing things. I guess it's going to make it very compact, huh? Birth time, XY. Birth pop. Lineage. Chain. And this will get larger as we add the death fields. So you can do ordered arguments on this, but golly, that's hard. Lives parser, we already kind of had a constructor here. Or the argument order things get confusing. So X, oh, this is going to be birth X, birth Y, planning ahead, birth time, chain, lin, name nothing, server ID, SID, epoch, player ID, and we don't know any of these things yet. All right, so now server ID, you're going to be a parser of an integer. And the simplest version of this is just int. Server ID, epoch. You're also just a parser of int. Player ID, parser of int. Oop. Why? Why, oh, why? All right, then we have coordinates. Coordinates. You are going to be of an int. And this is going to be tuple succeed tuple dot pair. Take an int. Eat the spaces. Take an int. Coordinates, birth population, player count, and just another one of these. Player count. Lineage is another one of these. Lineage, we could pretty much just say is a player ID. That was just for convenience. And chain. I mean, it's just another int. All right, we've exposed none of these, so it's not happy up there, but it's definitely not parsing or happy about this. Cannot find a life type. But our parser did do, this still has this. So it just has to add this stuff. Lineage ID. Did I just do lineage? Yes. Oh, yeah, we kind of skipped over that. Gender is, and I see we don't have a type for this at all. So I guess it's going to be a string for now. And, package, parser, mostly the same for you. Well, maybe for characters it's actually going to be a little bit different because of extra arguments. Oh, I could add in context to all of these. That might be helpful. Int float number. I guess we could call that. This will be an either or. Of keywords. Keywords are symbols, either or. And we don't consider X in any of these because I haven't seen that in the data. Maybe? They're doing some interesting things. I don't know if it's going to go in a direction that looks good. I mean, like, well, I guess the main thing about the existing fork is that I've heard the mobile controls are kind of janky. And the English-speaking population isn't really good enough to get a whole lot of stuff going on. But they've got a few interesting things in there. Oh, and timestamp. We really not have a timestamp parser. Yeah, I guess the things that dealt with timestamps have been JSON so far. Timestamp, object search, parser, POSIX. POSIX. Timestamp equals. So we have to succeed time dot millis to POSIX. Is this millis or seconds? I have trouble telling those apart. We were printing some of these earlier? When we were doing timeline stuff, we were. Well, this is going to be the same as our JSON decoder. Which I did with a capital S. And you with all kinds of timestamps. And indeed, it is times 1000. Can I pipeline these? To pipeline them, I might have to do succeed. And you're just going to be an int. Well, that's how this is usually used, although I could probably just put one of these as an argument to the other. The int value is a XX. Is this something in parser.advanced int that like wants to do a oh, this is what it translates into. You have to you have to handle negatives yourself. I've done this before though. Two potential problems for expecting. Oh, right. We need problems. I probably want to do my own little int helper, which is bleh. Have we done anything? Yeah, we have to have done some kind of int stuff here, right? Oh, just an int. That was more specific to. Actually, this is more specific to this thing, and it doesn't deal with negation. This is encoded, symbol decoded int. Yeah, we actually had different ways of dealing with negation here, but this tells me. This gives me some good ideas for how to deal with this stuff. There's, okay, and then a symbol, so we have to get a maybe negate. So it's going to be some stuff kind of like this. Actually, yeah, that int will sort of work. I just maybe want a helper to pre-supply the. And I guess I can do messages that say something about what type of thing it was expecting. The problems are. They don't really define what this means well. I think it's like one of them is we didn't find the characters we expected, and the other is the actual string conversion failed. So I guess what we would have is a like positive int. Because some of these are going to be positive only. And that could use the standard int. We just have a, well, maybe the problems could indicate what it was. We can also do that with context. And then we're going to have a possibly positive, possibly negative int. It's our negative is going to be anything, but I think they're only going to be coordinates. So a singular coordinate. It's not actually going to be this, because we have to deal with the negatives. So so this could be like negative int. Well, yeah, it's doesn't really change anything, does it? And then we've got negative int. All right, so that takes care of you. Right, so this was tuple.pair. Oh, was this succeed? And then you actually got the pair. So succeed was running here, and then we were tumbling down into this stuff. So this is probably would work under like leading negative. And technically we could use their integer from here. And then just as long as it's a positive int from there. And then we assemble negative int. It's actually that's positive int. But in the context, actually this is the context looking for possibly negative integer. All right. String to int. Oh, this was the pair. So actually, it was a pair of a pair. So you are just going to be like a bool. This isn't going to be nearly as complicated. Oh, and this was a different parser set, which happened to be the same. Are you still a string? The way I've parsed it, yes, but this actually we did do int. All right, so then we had the string dot, did not decode. Where do we break this out? Oh, we broke the neg out there, so broke all the parts out, and then we were doing stuff with them. And that was the string conversion. The parse would have just failed here. So this is really just, I guess, succeed. Okay, and then n was our number. And then this had to be a parser and then, right? Yeah, so this is the stuff where maybe I'd want to go back and do tests for some of this stuff. Because these got a little bit complicated. Also, we have all these ints. Timestamp is going to be based off positive int. Chain is going to be a positive int. You're going to be a positive int. Coordinates is going to be, we actually had a coordinate thing, coordinate helper. Player ID is going to be a positive int. Epoch, server ID. A symbol, it's not decoded int, it is a negative int. Leading, yeah. Leading negative does not exist. Leading negative is a parser of a bool. I could probably parse it as a sign and just multiply, but... And this is like a maybe parse. Which I guess that has to be... Is that a one of? One of... what was it? No, it's like symbol. Symbol token. Looking for negative sign. Or so it's parse this. Is it succeed true, throwing away that, or succeed false? But life needs the first argument to be int. So this is the life this life call produces. All right, so capital life, lifeline. You go into here, so it wants an int. This is supposed to produce an int. Server ID, positive int. The capital life call produces a function. Int posix. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is just a record alias. One of call produces parser context string. Right, so I need to do that succeed thing of there. Or maybe it's just like, it's like parse one character, but it has to be this character. Or do we just succeed with identity? I guess I could put that around the entire one of. Maybe. Parser context string, no. Does symbol not produce data? Oh, you know what? Context. What is it? Context problem value. So symbol and... Okay, so they just produce themselves for the time being until we figure out what we actually want to produce here. And then we don't have data here. Coordinates. The right argument is an int, but equals needs the argument to be int. The right argument. In these pipelines, it's hard to tell what's right and left. I guess right argument would be the thing coming into it. So did we mess up our life declaration? Server ID. Oh, yeah, we lost epoch. But now it's saying timestamp. Server ID, epoch, player ID. Oh, throw out the timestamp? What the heck did we do here? Function cannot handle the argument sent through the pipe. Expect dot equal birth only life. Okay, so now, okay, we're back to the test. Oh, maybe we did not convert in our test. Yeah, we didn't convert times in our test. And you actually, well, for constant data, we just put the zeros on. All right, and that passed for that part of that record. Now we need to do anonymous death. And then there's some other things to consider, like X's. So if we do anon... Oh, and I need to get your data set up. Anon death life. So that is 88968 282 163 255 178, and then we go 000. Train is not as obvious. Chain was 1 there after. Oh, no, she is 1, huh? You might have been the first regular player, so that might work. Lineage, yeah. 446984. Name, still nameless. Server, epoch. You have a death. Age, we think, is the 23.89. Death coordinates are -88, 88, 687, Negative 41. Death time is going to be our 1632. Actually, probably back, kind of back this way. 711 and spin zeros. Oop. To run is not what I expect. A non-death life. Okay, we did not... Oh. One character off. I forgot to pause exit. Spec dot equal... Why can it not handle this? The argument is result life. Is expecting list parser.end, parser.context, parser.problem. So it doesn't like something about how the records match up. Oh. Because all of this stuff is just. It's not clearly indicating which records are mismatching. A function that expects. So it's saying the argument is a life. Because we... Actually, why? Oh, because this is just a record. So it's not necessarily a life. Oh, well, okay, so we can fix that. Make sure we've got valid records here. And then we should get better error messages. Okay, so death time. You are also have to be a maybe. All right, so it's kind of scrambled up our fields, but we're seeing some nothings and some justs, which basically means we have to go back to our parser. Okay, so lineage, chain, timestamp. Timestamp, coordinates, population. Oh, and I don't have a strategy for the maybe part of this yet. I might want to disable the birth test for a little bit. Just to get this much working. All right, player count and a whole new thing. And we probably should, isn't there, is it just end? It is indeed end. when the reason expecting end of record. Now, end should technically end with a didn't we do that for the end of the other ones? Where did we end? Unparsed trailing characters. Oh, because spaces would still take up the new line. We don't have death reason. It's a very trivial one at this point. You need extra arguments for reasons and things. Stringda. Oh. Maybe there's not a default. Well, I guess you'd have to be somehow terminated, right? Symbol, keyword. It's gonna be kind of like a variable. It's really just a chomp wall, not space. Just an int, leading letter, trailing digits. I might have better things than my other parsers. Char.is digit. There's probably some sort of like not space. This is going to be base. Is upper, is lower, is alpha, is digit, is oct, is hex. I guess we just do our own test. C is not equal to space, and actually, yeah, we do use single characters, and C not equal to. These are really the only ones I think we need to worry about. Oh, we need to update our life constructor. Okay, so you get even longer. So we have chain, we have death time, we have death location, we have death pop, and we have oh, this doesn't deal with any of the maybes in this. Because like we're gonna parse a birth, and then we have this switch. All right, death time, death X, death Y, death pop. So these might end up being maybes themselves. Oh, age. Death time is. Oh, I guess I'm not actually parsing reason. Okay. All that work. Timestamp, coordinates, player count, death pop. Yeah, we didn't have a place for it. An age. Where did we miss age? Right before death reason. So you have to be a, and this might end up being maybe age, age, age. Did I change your type? Float. Alright, so death reason. This should never be negative, so we can use their version of it, probably. Alright, float. Okay, so now we're unhappy about that. So this is in pars. The life definition, the body is a blah, but it expects it to be that. But it's not. The body is a record of. Age is a. Oh. Age is a POSIX? How did that work? Maybe float. Where are we going to get POSIX from? Oh, right. I only can get case match if there's mixed case by default. Okay, life. So are we mismatched parameters? So chain, death time, death location, death pop, age. Chain, death time, death location, death pop, age. It does feel like these two are like we have two things that are off, which means they're swapped somehow. Oh yeah, you are, because they were just in here different. Okay, test typo. Lives parser tests. That's why it's messing me up. Okay, so now we have to deal with our little optimization here. So we could make all of these things individually one-ofs. But they would be individually one-ofs, so it wouldn't really make sense if like one of them was missing. If you parse anything, the parser commits, so we can't have like a full lifeline parser and a partial lifeline parser. We can parse everything up to the birth level and then do a one of for the death stuff. You know, or nothing, or end, basically. But that means we're going to have like a bunch of intermediate values that have to get saved and passed on, which is kind of a pain. So how about we do birth, line, and just, so whatever we were doing before. Up the chain. And then we'll want to add probably end later on, because it might not end here. And then death line. Picks up after chain. And then they're not actually going to succeed this way. I could have this succeed into a kind of life. That would give me named access to all of the fields, so we wouldn't have to worry about order of access as much. And then we would kind of do a record merge with these if successful. And then we would also have to figure out a similar system for the name. So I think that's going to be probably a little bit nicer. So that we won't, I would need a separate type of record. I could just make I could technically make a record that is just birth only information with all these maybes, but that kind of works. So we've got birth. I might want to actually grab a copy of this to use some of the bits for assembling the final record. So, drop all that stuff, drop all that stuff, take these back to nothings. I guess we should have kept the birth and copied that. All right, so you are guaranteed to give us a life. You, by yourself, are going to give us either 4 specific values. And I have to see how this glues together. So produces nothing. However, this is going to have to throw away all values. So it's going to be an argument of 1 of timestamp, coordinates, player count, age. I guess I could change it by changing dots too. Just so you can kind of exist for a little bit. And then life, an object search parser of life. So we want to parse a birth line for sure. And then I have to have the thing that combines these. So we're going to have definitely parse that, and then attempt to parse a 1 of death line. And we haven't dealt with the possibility of a named but not yet died. Or an end. And technically, we are going... How do we... I guess we succeed identity to say that Deathline should have an end at this point. There's got to be a better way to do that. And... this is a one of. We're throwing you away, so it doesn't matter. And so this is a succeed of what? It's going to be a birth and a death, and right now all we have is life, the birth, basically. All right, we have 2 life equals. I see an... Oh, we, Right, and we did the... We did the actual life. Trying to expose a value named Lifeline from pars. Oh, that's why. Oops. Yeah, we had an end without a reason. So this is actually looking for end of death. And then this is all the death fields, because we're not actually doing anything with them yet. But nobody's complaining about the fact that we don't parse at all. So now we need a... with death, which is going to be kind of where this picks up. You're going to be a life, and at the moment we definitely have these. I might need to go make all these maybe parsers though, because we sort of have that facility on the generation side. All right, so this is life with, well, not that. Oh right, we don't actually record. We don't actually record pop here at all. Birth pop. This is going to be a whole separate pars. Which, I guess, the JSON parser of that was probably more efficient because it could do less work. Deathline. Oh, you have to actually produce something now, don't you? Oh, you might produce a record rather than... Because that was if we had a whole bunch of fields going in, but we kind of have to... I have to bundle that up so that we can add it to the rest of the stuff. No, not decode. Oh, data, just plain, please. So we don't produce actual maybes currently, although we might need to go back to that. And if I rearrange this, I could just use the straight up... No, because that's XY. I could arrange this to be more convenient for parsing purposes. So we get death time, death location, and age. Oh, and we took an argument out of here. It still doesn't work though, because our life... or with death is just a life and a death. Which I guess we would just break this out now. Oh, but did I use obvious names for this? I think I did. That one's a little bit unpleasant. The deconstructed version had been nice there. And I guess if I did death age. Oh, but no, you can do a record. Then I could do this as death age. Actually, no, can I break this tuple down? I don't know if I can. So I have to have the name there. One of call produces maybe death. Oh. So you have to be... You have to handle that. not else. And of course, then we multiply that times name possibly missing. Which we don't have a sample of, but I think I can make an estimated fake data. But we definitely have death with name or without name. Oh, no. Actually, for the fake data, I didn't lives parser test. I didn't copy things over, but there's really, I mean, other than just another example of data, there's really no reason that we need to do that. All right, so named line. And we should have end checks. Well, plus the fact that name string. Oh, we need to do just. And looking for end of death. So we want to extend death line. This would really just be just the name parser, which you kind of do down with other fields. This is going to be a little bit like the chomper. You might actually have a helper for string type things. And they had variables, they had comments. Int, float, number, symbol, keyword. You don't really have a terminator. Sequence, start, separator, end, spaces. Yeah, that's more like an array. Comments throw things away. So we have a thing that's like almost right, but not really. Yeah, I guess I don't have a built-in one. All right, well, it's going to be a little bit like I had a chomper somewhere in this, right? Or actually, maybe even just a regular. Well, I'd have to have a chomper for not a quote. U identity. So throw away a symbol, token, quote. And we're going to have to do that at the end. And then we want to take a quote terminated string. I'll C not equal to. Oh, does symbol or token actually take? A token is a token, and a token is a multi-character string. And symbol or token is the wrapper around that. But this is characters. I mean, end of line is probably still fair. Is this going to be a multi-line name? All right, does that compile? Yes, that compiles. So back up here. Got our lifeline, so it's a one of that. And I guess this is really going to be like assemble everything. Oh, now you see, this had the end built into it, which we don't. We probably want to put down here since we've got kind of multiple things going on. Now, I guess I need to do the spaces here for the end line. And then we don't have that function. Maybe name. All right, now name is actually a maybe. Okay, looking for end of line. So this is for named death. I'm not sure if it ran the others yet. So this probably means it failed the name parse. I want you to test that separately. No, because, I mean, spaces should be happy with nothing. How does that even fail? Because it can just do nothing. Alright, we have to expose that. Yes. This is like subcategories now. Parse.name. Did it get here? Or did it stop? Okay, so that runs by itself. So I guess the place we want to get into is what are we getting? Now this is saying the parser failed. Or the lifeline failed. So it's not actually going to get here. So we don't know what these did. Actually, this won't work. Because here we will definitely have trailing characters. It should cover the other cases, though. And just to check, will we get multiple errors if there's multiple errors? Oh, that's breaking the type. Okay, we do get multiple errors. So that much is working. Did I mess up my test data? Indeed I did. All right, and in theory, the way we've set this up would support assuming that this actually works out correctly on the other end. Alright, named death line. Named birth line. Named birth... right. I always forget it's a maybe. Now... what are we doing in our decoder to handle... Okay, so for the first section... Okay, lineage we were handling null. So for all of this stuff, we were assuming it's definitely going to be there. And I guess we were kind of assuming this is going to be there as a group as well. So we just fail the parse if it didn't. But lineage we need to take account of. Due to some... probably just like one record or something. So that was a null. So that's that should come out as an X. Which will actually just come out as a 0. And they probably did have a death, but this is all we need to test with. Unrelated. Looking for positive integer, and we never put contexts on these. Although not all of them have like super useful context to begin with. In context, okay, coordinate, or they're not complete. So like this is just a positive integer, but we can put, looking for server ID. Not so easy to copy paste. Looking for epoch. Looking for player ID. Coordinates. Don't know which one. So that was a player ID, but we can actually do this one's going to change a bit. It's actually not going to be just a player ID. Gender. It's just going to be a timestamp. Positive integer, in context, leading negative. I'm kind of looking for age. There was just enough there for it to do a diff. Looking for player ID, looking for lineage, looking for, The order on that is weird. We get looking for player ID. So you'd think these would be you'd be lineage player ID integer. Maybe there's some deferred processing in parsers. All right, so for lineage, we're going to we're going to handle. Oh, we're just defaulting it to 0, so it's nothing. But okay, so positive int. Well, you're just gonna be a 1 of, right? Player ID is gonna be the context for the entire thing. I think that's just it. Or no, actually, you can throw this away, can't you? Okay. And that is almost as missing data tolerant as our JSON parser was. All right, so what do we have to do to integrate that? Nope. So this would be a decode.lives. Oh, we didn't do multiples. Shouldn't be too big a deal, but we haven't done that yet. I guess I only need 2 lines to test this, and we can actually we can assemble that from our other data. Oops. Rather than just saying glue everything together. Multiple lines. Let's take birth only line and named death line and say multiple lives. Actually, just doing 2 of them isn't too bad. All right, lives. So a line got used lines. It's maybe an internal. Oh, so this is basically like a public alias? So this might have been a little bit more complicated. Key value xy first. And maybe that was just to provide these two differentiations. Lifeline. All right. Lives. What did I call this? Life parser? Oh, I copied a whole bunch of stuff. And probably, yeah. And just kind of kept on copying stuff. All right. You are going to be a list of life. You are probably just an empty list. List of life. Parser of. One of these is a result, and one of these is intermediate state. I think in this case they're the same. All right, so loop, this is adding. Well, this is tracking a flag too. And I might want to reverse this at the end. You don't need intermediate stuff. Oh, this is actually handling, this is kind of handling the trailing carriage return. Oh, I probably don't want end of input on those individual parsers. And I think this is a special case for the other index file. And actually, you should probably be list.reverse. Lifeline. So really, it's lives that we care about here. It's a list. Oh, we do need to assemble that. Lives, pars, test. Oh, I actually didn't include the trailing line here. I'm actually not sure if. So I'll see if I can tell in the output if it ends up the trailing carriage return. Okay, so we actually failed at looking for age. Well, age is the first field of death, right? So I actually have to include new line as one of our possibilities. But do we have a trailing line on our last entry? And the source isn't going to look all that different here. Looks like we maybe don't. Because we joined with that. Lifeline. Huh. Well, I guess you could be one of death or name. But then death would have to account for the or name. So if it's a new line. Now wait a minute. If we failed to find age, that means it committed. Or is that just where it gave up? Oh, I might want to arrange this so that the first thing fails very obviously if it's not. Or is it just a record without an age? Yeah, because age is in there a little bit. Maybe it couldn't tell the records apart. Yeah, because we don't do any special handling for new lines. So we have end, but we don't actually say that this thing has to end with a new line. And we set everything else to chop trailing spaces. But it doesn't, or it's, well, or end. And it just has to be one of those. Now, we did a whole bunch of stuff with trailing spaces. So we don't want to eat our new line. Which means that you have to consider spaces. And the question is, would this end up committing? And you have to consider spaces, which once again, would that end up committing to eating those spaces? I wonder if we have to do something where we remember whether we've eaten in. Well, if there's a new line here, we're just done. But like if there's a new line here, we just have to stop, and then if there's a new line, and then we need to not do this. Because this actually eats it. I don't know if I can do that kind of peek ahead. So it could be new line, it could be death line, it could be... And then death line is like a one of name. Alright, so named birth line and multiple... Okay, so you're still looking for age. And that broke named birth line. Timestamp, looking for positive integer. Yeah, so I think the space is committed. But if we do a spaces here, then we've eaten our new line. We almost need a kind of and then. Well, making all the fields optional probably makes this harder. If we go back to our data format, unnamed people are probably more common than undead people. That would create a lot of X's, but all of those fields are actually maybes in the underlying data. And the record we're trying to make, so that kind of works out. We didn't get very big savings from doing that, and any savings we did get were offset by the quote characters for the names. More than offset. So having names be completely optional would probably get us more than... I guess I gotta... No, I am using... I'm using death reasons in the JavaScript. I'm also... Oh. Right, I was passing this as a value to JavaScript. So I'm actually going to have to, I'm probably going to want to parse, well, shoot. If I parse it in Elm, then I essentially have to turn it into JSON to pass it to JavaScript. Or I have to pass the string to JavaScript and reparse it there. So we either do toString to something conversions, or we do string to structure to different structure. But I guess if the two different structure thing is JavaScript just uses it as is. So maybe that's okay. We did get this as a, wait, we got it as a value? Oh, we did JSON.value, so I guess Elm was doing a string to JSON parse somewhere in there, which probably is faster. All right, so the on-map stuff will be broken for sure. So it looks like back on, I mean, there has to be a way to do this, but it's probably a kind of and then chain of some sort. Where you parse a little bit and then that'd be like a map or a keyword variable. Pipelines. Yeah, there's an and then. Parse one thing and then parse another thing. So that would be like parse birth line. Chomp while is digit and then check zip code. Oh, double quoted string. Verify Unicode code points. Oh, you're doing tokens and parsing out Unicode. Is uninteresting. If it's not equal to blah, or it's not equal to blah. Yeah, so they're doing some extra, yeah, so this is like programming language textual decoding of things. So we would attempt to parse birth line, and that would give us the life. We would one of on new line or death line, and then, well, no, that wouldn't end then. It would have to be new line, death line, or name. And there really is no nothing. It just has to be one of those things. Well, there's end. And then in one of, if it's a death line, we also have to consider, does that have a name? Should birth line and death line be able to handle possible names? Birth line, name, death line is not a valid combination. We just have to have something that hard recognizes new line as don't try to do anything else. We could only get one chance to do that. Do we just list out one-ofs? We have to figure out how we represent the return values from that. So that is, well, it is, it's the token. And that would be, it's going to be like, it's like a tuple? Maybe we do, can we do and then? Since that's required. And then we do a one of. And your succeed is, well, is more of a map? You just succeed with birth. And if it's that, we actually need data. It's a death. And it's a symbol life, birth, death, nothing. I guess I need to do this in an order where we capture names. Like, but that might cover that case. And we have you, which is a name, name. So, a symbol life, birth, nothing, name. But this, it's all one of, so one big one of, so maybe we don't have the commit problem here. But the spaces could be an issue. I might have to do this or something else. And then we have succeed death and these then aren't maybes. Well, we have a symbol life, so. Which was handling all of that. Spaces, deathline, spaces, name. And I guess the other thing we can have to consider is that it's a valid to be, this could be a one of, or we could just say, if it's end, same thing. Okay, we have an actual syntax error. Okay, so, oh, this is all a function. And we reused words. Name value is a life parser string. Oh, because I was doing... no, nothing. Just... Oh, that has everything wrong. I wonder if this is spaces commit. Named death, multiple lines, a non-death. A non-death says it failed looking for name. I need to be looking for new line or end at other places. The problem is that new line counts as spaces, so... I think... Yeah, so what I actually just need to do is to be better with spaces. I was being lazy with spaces, and all this trouble is because we have an ambiguous terminator. So this is really just space. My syntax highlighting doesn't seem to understand single quotes here. And this is just going to be... Now, I guess it could be... We only expect to generate single spaces. I was using a thing that could be multiple. And actually, well, there's the definition. And we're going to say C equals that is the only valid value. Now, of course, now it's spaces, which exists in, we've pulled in completely on parser. Does it compile? It appears to compile. Okay, so spaces, so that's lines, line, key value, key value. You were using new lines for stuff, I'd swear. Live step. You were expecting an end. So this was really supposed to, well, we shouldn't need this because we're trying to deal with it here. Although, I guess for this, what we really want to say is you darn well better be a new line. Oh no, this is just a chomp. This is gonna be treated more like a token. Huh. So this chomp, 0 or more. We want 1 or more, technically, for our spaces. So for a single, we're going to treat this like a symbol. The others are confused. And the highlighter. Maybe. I don't suppose you have like. It just is. Maybe we can go down and do like. Oh, it's also confused by quotes. Maybe it's all single characters. Actually, no, maybe it's quote that confuses it. Oh, does it still have to be backslash escaped in a single quote? Maybe for the highlighter. Okay, you're a string, so it handles that right. So we don't know this to be just a chomp while. Is it like a chomp 1? PHP variable succeed chomp if chomp while. We don't actually need the string. And we don't technically expect to have more than one space, but it seems to be a reasonable thing to expect or to allow. Does it compile? No. Oh, I bet in advanced, chomp if has a error parameter. Okay, so now we're back to test failures. So spaces, okay, so that's our other formats, other format, other format, other format, other format, other format. Okay, so now you, what were we doing up here? We put in, is it new line? Yes. So life new, for multi-line, we expect life new line. In other cases, we just expect it to end, basically. And I guess we could use spaces for trailing in some cases. We don't want to do that. Okay. This is lifeline. So we're going to have the new line there. But, oh, do we need to hard detect that for end of line? Well, we're going to be hard detecting spaces now, so we don't need to worry about it getting sucked up. And it's actually not going to be end. That's the end. You might be able to go back to our other way of doing things here. So you are spaces only. Deathline name, spaces only. And back to spaces. Okay, so you're the whole other thing. All right, so these. I guess we should do change word spaces only. That's coordinate spaces only. Everything's wrong. Birth only line. Looking for one or more spaces. Looking for one or more spaces. Looking for one or more spaces. All right, so we might our one of might not allow the end of line case now. Or the new line case. So this would Does it? Can we go back to our old other format now? Because we would start off with something. Oh, these all require spaces. I would need to have like a spaces optional, and then we start parsing the other thing. Because something's going to, the first thing is going to commit on the spaces. And these are like all committing on spaces. So it's like we need a one of that can be either spaces and one of the other fields, or nothing. Is that... But we can have spaces and then either field. So the remaining possibility is that there's no spaces. Well, that removed a few of the errors. Anonymous death line. Looking for name, looking for start quote. So this might be running into problem with the space commit. So do we have like a... Is it like a one of spaces and then other stuff? We don't care about the value, actually. And indeed, I don't know that this and then format is really necessary. So if we exceed birth line, but we kind of have to keep on ifing all the way down. Succeed assemble life. It was. We definitely need to read a birth. But then, now you see, this whole thing is going to give us a singular value, which we have to account for in our function. One of, it can be, there's going to be something doing some spaces only. And some stuff. Or nothing. No. We want to parse spaces only and then do some other stuff, which is the succeed. Let's see, so the succeed is another parser. Well, spaces only and then a one of. Succeed just. One of. But this has to have a type. Because it can be a name, or it can be a death line, or it can be a death line name. So this is detectable because there's going to be a quote character there, or there's not, and it stops. We almost have to do this because it's going to be like Deathline Space's name. But that's going to commit on Deathline, so we really have to do this and a whole other nested thing. So the succeed of this, maybe this overall structure actually is better. But I still have to figure out how to handle spaces only in several cases. It's almost like and then. Yeah, we still have the sort of if spaces only thing. And somehow this, let's see, so from downstream from here, maybe the point of this style of thing is that you just have a result. And depending on where on the tree is, we kind of do this instead of having to worry about intermediate data structures. But we are going to need some of this nested structure, probably. Because we have to have the one of are there spaces. And then this is like, now we've got an and then. It's an and then, and there's no value? It's a succeed in the next step, which I guess we could pull out as a separate function. Because then it's like death or name or death and name. But we have to pass down intermediate values so that we can produce this. Whereas if we did that by itself, then it would just have to return some tuple or something. Which to be the same data type all the way up would have to be kind of the whole maybe thing. Or do we always have every field and accept some data efficiency loss. Let's see. Could we handle... If there's always death, then the name is always in the same spot, and maybe we could get optional name without as much trouble. Okay, we imbalanced parentheses somewhere. So you're up to there. That gives us... Oh, you're not conditional. Nope, still doesn't do it. Okay, so you're not honestly contained. You don't even really need parentheses anymore. Oh, so there was a parenthesis around this entire thing. Somewhere. All right, so these are a little bit bigger. Actually, we'd still have network for this, right? It's over here. 135. Actually, that's not even... It's barely noticeably different. And some people have names. All right, so that removes... Well, that removes a test case? Yeah, that removes a test case. Lives, parser, test. So that removes a birth-only line, and now just looks different. So the same cases are here, they just represented differently. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have a named birth, which is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Still somewhat theoretical. And I used a birth for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so death, multiple lines. And our parser doesn't handle X's. What does this need to look like at the top level? At the top level, we see birth line. Actually, we don't really have a separation of death anymore. And then we just have to differentiate, and then we don't have multi-use of spaces. We just have spaces, name, or nothing. All right, so death line is not technically optional anymore. I might end up working that back out. Life parser death. Oh, right, because how does this work? We need to map this to just. Maybe succeed just. The nothing value is maybe A. All the previous elements in the list. Succeed. Okay, failure case is 4. Okay, so yes, we kind of expect this to fail, actually. All right, so timestamps. Yeah, this actually does have to be different because these have to be individually maybe'd. So it's not really gonna be birth line. It's kind of lifeline. I'm not sure what else to call it. Maybe this little one of just goes into lifeline with all the birth stuff. All right, so death. Spaces only. Name is optional. This could be kind of built into name. But it's also, the maybiness is also a little bit of a structural thing. So it's kind of weird. All right, so you are not birth, you are life. You have to have all those fields, and did we lose our... Do we not have this function anymore? Maybe. Yeah, but it probably became birth. Succeed life. And I guess I lost a little bit of my death stuff here. Because we just turned it into a field record constructor. So it is. And all these have to handle X's. So we went chain. Death time. Death location. And not a good example. Age. And these actually are going to end up being maybes. Although they're not maybes yet. They don't return maybes yet. And that must be death population, which we're not including here. And death reason, which we're not. But JavaScript is using those. Well, baby steps. So death time, death X, death Y, age. And you see these actually would be maybes. So this actually makes this, I guess we just do justs for now. It makes the types match, and then the pars will fail. Okay, so lifeline. Lifeline. Okay, yeah, we're just done with you. Okay, so age is a oh. How do I get these? How do I always get these mixed up? So it could also be here. Player count, age. Death time is way up there. Oh, death time, age. It always do that. Probably because this is just written in a different order. Okay. Oh, but I also copied this here. Okay, so that we put name in, and that is a maybe. Actually, you probably have that's probably our parser name. All right, so now we're on parser failures, which are not unexpected because a bunch of X's in there. Yeah, so timestamp is our first one. So you are now a one of. And this is actually going to turn it into a maybe. Let's go ahead and do symbol token X. Hello. How's it going? Get this past the garbage parser zone. All right, timestamp. Oh, was timestamp? No, I didn't use anywhere else. So you're going to be a maybe. Things didn't go as well as I hoped. They tried to handling some data efficiency in the format choose to be harder than expected in the parser, so I just kind of backed off. One of no data, and then that's a succeed. Nothing. Throw that away. Or let's got your succeed with actual data. And probably this moves down to this entire thing. All right, so now everywhere we're dealing with, oh, I technically have to deal with that in both places. Although the structure I'm building doesn't allow that to be invalid. I guess I could handle that with a 0. Or I could make optional versions of these. Actually, I could probably make an optional combinator. I wouldn't put the in context in quite the same place, but and you're going to take a parser of A. And then you're going to do this, something like this. Nothing, no data, or succeed just parser. And then this can go back to being its nice simple version. And we can kind of have that, and then we make this an optional timestamp, and that's going to flow through to here. Maybe POSIX, and then that just goes to time. I kind of expect just many failures because there's still just many X's. We don't expect compiler failures. It's just garbage, okay. Still failing on 4, we should be failing somewhere else. Looking for possibly negative, yeah, so now we're on coordinates. Those are going to be individually X, so I actually can't use the same combinator. I could maybe change it to generate that way, but it's kind of presented as two fields. Huh. Or it could be a pair of maybes, which would be easier to parse. And easier to put into the data. There, and then we have to go down here and make you a maybe. So one of the original points of that was that, hey, we can reuse our coordinate parser twice. Except we can't. So it could have just been an X and a Y field. With the optionals in place. Okay, so it didn't like something there. We have too many parentheses. Okay, so 4 failures. We still have things with extra X's in them. And now we're playing player count, which should just be able to use our little combinator thing. So death, player count, optional. That's going to affect our life constructor. No, we're ignoring that field right now. But it's gonna fall down to the next thing, which is age, which we are parsing right now, or using right now. Okay, we're down to 1. And it is the multiple line case. So we're not quite handling that correctly. Oh, did I require a new... Yeah, so this required a new line after every one. That's an optional new line. So that would kind of be new line or end. Could we just say one of new line end? That would succeed. When we come back, we would still be at the end. I don't think it consumes end of input. I could also, well, there's like spaces, which is one or more white space. I could even go back to spaces here, although it's really supposed to be a new line, and I don't want there to be any ambiguity with that. We could do 0 or more new lines. That wouldn't require that. We want to require that they exist when it's between records. So it is kind of one of new line or end. This is if it doesn't find it. I mean, I guess unparsed trailering records also kind of covers it. That's a capital O. Okay, the test pass. There is still the little problem with actually integrating this. And getting it out of the front end is going to be a whole another can of worms. So this would be life data, which fetch Fetch data for time is going to get down somewhere in there. Fetch data layer. So yeah. We deal with other kinds of HTTP expecs, right? We've dealt with parsers. Expect string and then parse. Okay, so I've got to convert that. And we have to deal with, so I've been taking the JSON, plain JSON, and passing it to the leaflet front end. We don't get plain JSON anymore. So probably this is the same endpoint, although it's going to actually might go through a separate path as life search. What is that? So we have life typing, perform life search. Fetch matching lives, which is once again expect JSON matching lives to code lives. So that's a front end only thing where we could get it and see that it worked. So we convert that to a parser, convert the other one to a parser, or we get it as a string and let, we can either get it as a string and rewrite the parser in JSON in JavaScript, or we write an encoder to a JavaScript value and send that over. And then JavaScript can kind of just use it as is. I guess having one parser would be good. But it's getting well past lunchtime. And the multiple steps in dealing with this parsing stuff plus the re-encoding means I don't think it's going to wrap up soon. So that's going to be it for now. That's when I'm usually on. Let's see if we can find anything else to recommend here. Next session for this would be probably Monday morning. Maybe in the evenings if I feel like working on this. But thanks for watching. Thanks to Wolf and Scott for bringing friends and support from all subscribers. Let's see. So that's game development. We're kind of working on some more lower level stuff today. More game development. It's unsurprisingly common on Twitch. See Planet, probably game stuff. Unspecified C++. All right. Unity game dev. A little bit different. But if you're looking for a place cool to hang out, CSKDES is someplace cool to hang out. Thanks for hanging out with me. Goodbye, and until next time.